Hey guys, Frank here, your virtual aviation aviator, aka Sim Captain Frank White, a Sim Captain White. All right, so in this particular video, I am going to be Captain White because I am the captain of a ship, so to speak, not just the captain of my rowboat. Not today. I'm more than just a pilot. You know, I've got I got a flight crew to manage. I got a cabin crew to manage, and I got the lives of over 100 passengers in my hands. So yeah. Anyway, being a captain of an airliner is an awesome responsibility, and as most of you guys know, it can take years to get there. All right, so today I am in the Airbus A321 with the Delta livery doing a flight from Atlanta, Georgia to Traffic Global is not loaded, to Albany, New York. So let me hold on, guys. Let me get Albany up. And just like that, we are back, and look at all the wonderful traffic we got at Atlanta. And of course, Atlanta is a super fortress for Delta, aka a main hub for Delta Airlines. So that's why you see so much Delta. So Delta got lucky that Atlanta is a super hub. One of the reasons I think Atlanta does so much traffic is, unlike, JFK, LaGuardia, Newark, in the South, there are no other airports that's capable of handling large jet traffic in Atlanta except Atlanta International or Hartsfield. Anyway, I digress, as I always do. So, housekeeping note, this scenery is by Nimbus, and I love the scenery. I mean, it looked just awesome. And I have been able a time or two to get the jetways to work, but for love or money, now if you got money, I might get it to work. Hint, hint. No, for love or money, I just cannot get the jetways to work. So as with any simulation program, a lot of imagination has to go into it, and I want you guys to imagine the gates being, the jetway being attached to the aircraft. All right, enough housekeeping. Let's get going. All right. So this is the A321, and let me consult some of the planning stages. Shucks. I don't have the right tail number. I thought I got this. Okay, so the reason I'm saying I don't have the right tail number is, let me drag Simbit World over. I guess I'm doing it wrong. Come on. Draggy. There we go. Hopefully you guys can see that. So I'm doing what's called a Simbit World flight, and I'm flying, my tail number should be Delta 2584. Simbit World actually use real world flights to come up with schedules, and it's kind of a super giant virtual airline. Anyway, so I am going to dispatch. I can actually have it send my flight information to SimBrief. And now, with that said, I need to go in here and redo the stuff that I'd done before. Okay, so Albany, JFK is my alternate. We'll be departing runway 26 and arriving in Albany on runway 28 unless ATC changes our arrival airport or, for that matter, our departure airport. Fuel planning, I got it automatically set up to always add 30 extra minutes to all of my flights. And the only other thing that I need to do is set the freight to auto because anytime, if you ever get a low flight, a low passenger count on the flight, the airlines can usually pick up a little extra cargo to kind of offset the lack of passengers. Get me a sip of my go juice. And oh, by the way, it is St. Patrick's Day, March 17th, 25, and this is the only green shirt that I had. So I'm sporting my green. All right. It's not it, you know. I don't tend to play around like that, so it's just out of my character. I'm serious. I'm a real serious person. All right. So anyway, we've got our sim brief plan, and let's go ahead and generate this bad boy. And with that generated, and it is going to automatically download for me. And let me see. There's my download. So I'm using a Navigraph SimBrief program that's running in the background to automatically download my flight plans and put them wherever they need to go, so that whatever aircraft I'm flying can automatically see and import them. Cool. All right, and as you guys know, most of them can automatically import from the output folder FMS plans. All right, so we're in the cockpit, and maybe we'll take a tour in the cabin a little later on, but that remains to be seen. Okay, so I have tried to do this flight a couple of times, so I got some familiarity with the route. What was happening was that for some reason SimBit World tracked stages of the flight, and my pre-flight stage would not change to the taxi out stage when I engaged the taxi lights as it should. So the workaround is to have it determine that I'm taxiing when I reach a 5-knot taxi. And the downside of that is I'm always, as long as I do it this way, I'm always going to get pinged for not managing my taxi lights as I should. But that's neither here nor there. I guess one of the things I'm trying to say is the SimBit World kind of has an ACARS program that kind of follow you along and let you know what you're doing, what you did good and what you didn't do so good. And at the end of the flight, then I can see the rating, and the way the program is set up, the higher the ratings, then the more likely you would be to get a job with a 5-star airline like Delta, United, American, KLM, British Airways, Qantas, to name a few. Otherwise, they want to start you with a real small, usually regional carrier. Like in my case, I started with Avalo, and from Avalo, I think I went to Alaska, because I was flying only the Boeing 737 then. So I specifically only applied for airlines that flew the 737. And then I went to Southwest, stayed with them until they fired me for not making enough flights. I think somehow or another I let 90 days go by without a flight. And Southwest decided you're out of there. But in the meantime, I had been messing around with Airbus, and now I upgraded my license and got a type rating for the Airbus. So now I can fly the Airbus in SimBit World. And so I kept applying to the 3 U.S. carriers, the 3 5-star U.S. carriers, until I got on with one. So that's how I got on with Delta. It's really, really tough to get on with Delta in this program unless you got a lot of flight hours and a high, what they call XP rating. And my XP rating is atrociously low. But that's neither here nor there. Okay, so enough of that story. I can't tend to multitask because I'm doing all this talking and not getting the aircraft started. All right, so let's start here. Part brake is set. Engine mode is normal. Masters are off. And throttles at idle. Gears down. Okay. And let's go ahead and turn on our emergency light. And go ahead and start our external power, get our nav light on, and turn on our batteries. Okay, now I am going to drop back down here, get the no smoking sign turned on, and get our standby compass on. All right, now I am going to do our fire tests. I'm going to test my APU first. Okay. And I'm quite sure that I should be hearing. Whoa, what is that? Okay, that was them shutting one of the doors. Let me go over here to doors, see what doors are open. Okay, right now the only door I got left open is the cargo door. So apparently my passengers are aboard. And I also will be using say intentions on this flight, guys. Okay, so we was trying to get this guy started. All right, let's check our volumes. Make sure that there's no. So yeah, this is maxed out. So there's no reason why I shouldn't be hearing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Delta Airlines. Flight 2584, departing from Atlanta and heading to Albany. My name is Erica, and I'll be your lead flight attendant today. Joining me in the cabin are my wonderful colleagues, James, Lisa, Michael, and Sarah. We expect our flight time to be approximately 1 hour and 52 minutes. Before we take off, I'd like to go over some important safety information. First, please ensure your seatbelt is fastened. To fasten, insert the metal tip into the buckle until you hear a click. To release, simply lift the buckle. In the event of a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will drop down from the panel above you. Pull the mask towards you to start the flow of oxygen. Place it over your nose and mouth and secure it with the elastic band. Remember to put your own mask on before assisting others. For those of you seated near the exits, we have 2 emergency exits located at the front and 2 at the rear of the aircraft. In the event of an emergency, please follow the illuminated exit signs to reach the nearest exit. Additionally, under your seat, you'll find a life vest. To use it, pull it out, place it over your head, and
Okay, so I'm thinking that you guys can hear Erica in the background. I wound up having to do a little bit more housekeeping and get the volumes just right. Otherwise, the video would sound terrible. Um, I've done several videos that I have just deleted because they sounded so badly. All right, so let's get the fuel. Let's see, got both batteries on. Let's get the fuel on. And the navs. Okay, let's drop on down to the ground control. Let's put that on. Let's turn that on for right now, and ground supply on. Okay, and yeah, now we can start our APU. Let me hit that test button again. There we go. All right, now we're getting our fire alarm. All right, so now I can start the APU with all confidence. And turn the bleed on. Take a gander down here to make sure that the flap is open. Let's see, APU, there we go. And okay, the flap is open now. All right. APU I thought the flap usually started a little quicker than that. Let's see, let's just monitor the APU just for a second. Where do I want to go? Here? Yep. Interesting. No joy on the APU. What is going on, guys? What am I not doing? Oh, I didn't hit the start button. Okay, there we go. I guess those of you who fly this airplane just hollering at the TV, hit start button, hit start button. I couldn't hear you though. All right, so yeah, but yeah, she's coming alive now. All right, and just another quick review. Now the taxi light, the nav light should be, make sure that's off. Yeah, the nav light should be on. Don't need the logo light on in this time of day. All right, and let's keep going. Now let's work on our flight plan. Okay, that looks good. And actually, I have another pair of glasses that keep my eyes from straining and keep me from having to do like this to see. All right, bifocal. All right, so yeah, let's see. Yep, that looks good. All right, so now I've got my own way of starting. Usually I go to the Mac do menu. This is the way that I was trained. And then from the Mac do menu, I go to the ALC menu, and this way I can get everything in one pop. But I was watching another guy's video, and he did it a different way, and I'm gonna try to do it his way. So first, I think he just did a request. All right, data link in progress. Now, it's a shame that I wait until I'm doing a video to want to change the way I'm doing stuff. So that usually make for some disaster along the way. AAL 2584. And let me verify that that is correct. Just one moment for that verification. You know, you guys saw me generate that flight, and this flight number is still coming up, DAL 1700, even though, let's say sim brief, and all right, view flight plan, let's try that, view flight, there we go. It was just viewing an old flight, that's what it was, okay. All right, so I got that sorted out. 2584, and we're good to go. And let's see, I can go here, fuel predictions, and you know, a lot of the stuff, to be honest with you, right now is above my pay grade. All right, so let's, I know that I'm gonna need to go to preference, and I can use an uplink, I think, and then I can request the data, right? I'm asking because I'm not sure. Told you what could possibly go wrong. All right, so let's clear this out. Let's clear that out and request this data. Okay, clear. That's not allowed. Maybe it's this upper one. Not allowed. All right. Takeoff. To data. Okay. Uplink max to data. Insert uplink. Okay, let's try that. I'm not seeing anything change. Insert uplink. Okay, maybe I need to clear this. Insert uplink. Not allowed. To uplink to data. Let's try that. Okay, takeoff requests. All right, I told you. So I'm tired of making the sausage. Let's go back and go for what we know. Go for what we know. And we get it here, and that'll give us our flight data link update. I can clear that. That'll also give us our AOC flight plan link update, and it gives us our perf data uplink all in one shot. So basically, all of this stuff gets, all of this perf stuff basically get filled out for me. Of this initiation stuff, it gets filled out for me. All right, so yeah, let me go ahead and enter the perfs. And now, when I saw the other guy did it, one thing that I liked about the way he did it was he was able to get his, where it looked like he got his V speeds directly from, well, I didn't see him enter them like I tend to do. Let's go over here. Weight and balance, and maybe he got some stuff from here. Okay, 141 passengers is correct. Reset to current. Okay, and I don't see my cargo on there. I should have about between 47 and 4,800 pounds, and my fuel, my block fuel, should be around 23. That's close enough. I think I am. Let's see, let me try this one, guys, just to see. I guess I can't make a video without the sausage getting made. All right, so 23,149, and then 23,163 is what I got from is what well, we'll go with 23,400. 23,163 is what I got from SimBrief. Okay, on the block fuel. And I thought that maybe SimBrief would get some of the other weight, but generally what I tend to do is I got 4784, round that up to 4,800 pounds. So I tend to think they probably put more weight in the forward cargo than the aft cargo. So with that said, if I put 3,000 pounds in the forward cargo, then I can put the balance 1,800 pounds in the aft cargo, and that would give me my 4,800 pounds of cargo. And that tend to be kind of the way I think through doing this. Okay, and let's see, apply these settings, and since I got other stuff to do, I can do the slow refuel. And let's see, how much fuel do I have on board? So right now I've got 23,140, so shouldn't take fuel very long to get caught up. And my refueling light just came on, and of course if I look outside, then voila, I got the fuel truck out there. Sweet. All right, happy. All right, so so back to getting these figures. Let's see, load them, then ground services. Where am I trying to go with this? Let me go back to the weight and balance on this side. 4,800. Let's see, what was that, 3,000? 3,000, then 1,800, 2,000 minus 200, okay, 1,800, and then, yeah, I'm not sure why this doesn't automatically push stuff over. I thought it did. Sometimes maybe it does. Okay, so let's add a little bit more fuel. 23,160, and I think we went with 23,4, somewhere thereabout. Okay. Or yeah, now we're gonna use that to determine our V speeds. Okay, so we're gonna depart runway 26 left. Yeah, see, now sometimes I have done this and it gets the information from somewhere. Maybe it gets it from the L. Anyway, maybe it just happened to agree just by luck of the draw, and I'm thinking that it's getting it. Because to be honest with you, I've flown this aircraft a few times, but not enough to know the intricacies of it. Okay, 26 left is what I want, and you know what? Couldn't think of. I think if I'd have filled out I think what I needed to do to have this figure out stuff was fill out the takeoff stuff. Anyway, we'll figure it out. All right, won't do an intersection. Winds. At the time that my flight plan was generated, let's see, airport weather list, and runway analysis. Yeah, this should be the page that I'm looking for. ATL, yeah, departure. Winds were 310 at 18, gusting to 25, 316 at 17. It's close enough. Winds are not going to be a steady, or I can just go ahead. And this may be, to be honest with you, say I don't know what sources that it's pulling this wind from, but I'm assuming that it's getting it from real world sources, whereas the SimBrief data may be a few minutes older, because once that plan is generated, it doesn't change anymore. QNH is 30.15. Now that should and do match. Runway is dry and the ice will be off. Takeoff weight is 164.6. CG is 25.6. Flex standard. Config is auto, which is usually going to be one. Flaps, air conditioning this time of year, we can take off with it off, and compute. All right, so now we got our V speeds. All right, so the question now is let me go back over to the FCU and let's get that to perf, and those were 147. And usually what I do on the V1, to be honest with you, I usually take a couple knots off for V1. So my V1 is 145. So if I have anything, if I can get up at 145, that's my point of no return. So that's what that V1 means. So, I can make the 108 my point of no return, but I'm going to use the 145 and the 147 for my rotation. And 149 should be wheels up. Flex is 1 UP.7. So I'm going to enter that as 1/up point, not point, yeah, 0.07. Let's see how that looks. That didn't work. So that's gonna be, let's try that again. 1/up 0.7. I think that's what it should have been. Yeah, there you go. And flex temperature was, don't remember. I didn't brief it anyway, so I don't ever recall seeing it. 57, and I got that flex temperature in there, and yeah. Okay, so yeah, I got the flex temperature in there, so that's my takeoff data. And next phase. Now, what this saying is that it I'm going to climb out at after 10,000 at 0.76 Yeah, okay, I can live with that. I'm happy with that. And then next phase. And for cruise, I'm gonna fly at 0.78, at Mark 0.78. Now, if I want to, I can tell the aircraft here to fly a little faster. Let's say I had a delay and I'm taking off a few minutes late, and maybe I can make up some of that time. Well, I might bump it up to 0.8. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, what bumping it up to 0.8 means is that when I get to my descent, I am going to have to do something, and I don't recall what it is, to get the aircraft to follow the VNAV. But yeah, okay, next page, next phase. Okay, okay, and I actually need to put in my flight plan, which I've already done, but I need to put in my departure and arrival information. I don't know why this aircraft does not do that for me. Grab my departure information. I have to manually put it in. Okay, and let me pull up my operational flight plan, and I can see it on another screen. So so in departing 26 on the Plumber 3 departure bird, Plumber 3 RNAV departure. So departing 26 left. Gee whiz, did I say 36? 26 left. And Plumber 3 departure. To Berg. And there we go. Now, I'm gonna go back here and do some fix info. And I know I'm going to JFK. So, not JFK, but Albany. KATL, was it KLB? ALB, Albany. And I want a radius ring at 15 nautical miles. Okay. And one when I get a beam. All right. Okay. So yeah, hopefully that will be there. I'm not sure. If you guys know something that I don't know, leave it in the comments. Because I am definitely teachable. All right. I got some friends, Captain Winstead, who sometimes is not teachable. If I find something out, then I don't care how right I am. If it comes from me, then, and he didn't already know about it, then it's got to be wrong. So that's just the way it is with them. All right. Speaking of friends, I want to give a shout out to at least 3 of my subscribers. So a shout out to Jeff, and a shout out to Todd, and a shout out to WSSBBJ or something like that. Since I don't know your name, and whenever you leave a comment, then that's kind of the way it looks. Anyway, I'm not going to get, I got it I got it. Shucks, what happened here? I got it noted somewhere, and hopefully, hopefully I can at some point start to remember it. All right, so our S's are aligned. So let's go ahead and align the IRS. And that flight plan should miraculously pop in there. Good stuff. All right. And of course, we can do a plan mode and kind of look through it. I got a 40-mile look ahead. So I call, whenever I set my plan, this is what I call my look ahead. And so if you hear me say look ahead, then I'm talking about this 10, 20, and 40. But yeah. All right. So so my FMC, I'm gonna go to flight plan and just kind of walk through it. Now, what I wish would happen is that every time I get to a waypoint, the plane would move to that waypoint. But we can only wish, right? I see that pink dot, and quite honestly, I don't know what that means. So if you guys know what it means, leave me a comment. I thought at one time it meant that's where the flight plan was at, but some testing seemed to be inconsistent with that. Because like right now, I should be at smog, and I don't see in the pink or anything at smog. So yeah, Dallin, Plummer, Chance, Watt, and Berg. I should be in cruise at this point. So let me go back a little bit. So this guy right here is my top of descent. So somewhere after land, I should start to descending onto Trude. Long Trude. I don't know why I didn't see Trude, but it just skipped it. It should have been there. And here should be headed on into my arrival. I mean, I'm already on my arrival at this point. All right, let me change my look ahead. Plummer, Berg. Looks like that started me out at the beginning, but I just want to make sure that I don't have any discontinuities or anything that looks funky. All right. And yeah, there's Trude. And there's my little pink dot. And yeah, somebody leave me a comment. Let me know what that is. Hyder, Cannon, and there's a discontinuity. All right. So that's because I have not put in an approach into Albany. And according to my flight plan, when I get to Cannon, I'm gonna fly direct to Albany. So let's go ahead and go ahead. Two words, right? Not go ahead. Let's go ahead and put in that approach. I mean that runway. So I'm gonna hit arrival, and I'm expecting to arrive on 28. So I'm gonna go ahead and select 28 now. Now, and I've got a 28 RNAV, and I've got a 28 visual. So I'm gonna plan for the RNAV, I guess. Okay. No sea of stars. So yeah. And Canon is my vowel available. So yeah. Okay, cool. And insert. And now if I look at my plan, then I got all that filled in. Canon. And oh yeah, I think that's the ring that I just put in, my 15 mile ring, so that's showing up sweet, and looking good. Looking good, looking like she should. Yeah. And right on into 28. Okay, so we are gonna need a chart for the missed approach procedure and the decision height information, but we'll get that in cruise. Okay, if ATC give us this runway. All right, so let's get this back on our arc. And give me a 20 nautical mile look ahead. Okay. And yeah. All right. So good stuff. Good stuff. So we got our flight plan pretty much done. Let's see. Now we're at Atlanta. ATL. Sometimes I want to write ALT like Charlotte. ATL. And clearance delivery is going to be 118.1. Okay. I should write that down. CD 118.1. Okay. Because my short-term memory is just non-existent. All right. And airport info. So where we at in relation to 26 left, I think. I was at 26 right. It was 26 right, wasn't it? Oh shoot. 26 left. That's what it was. And this is 26 left here. I know you guys can't really see that because I have a hard time seeing it, and it's a lot clearer for me. But looks like they'll probably give us Foxtrot 2 to Elko to 26 left. Okay, for the taxi. All right, and looks like it's gonna be a fairly long taxi. All right, so yeah. Okay. Now, I did hear Erica make that announcement, so let's go ahead and make sure our packs are providing some air. And yep, so yep, look like I'm good here. And I should be able to turn off the external power. All right, good stuff. Good stuff. And go over here and get rid of some of these ground services like the external power, and let's get the chocks out. All right. And I've been having trouble with better pushback for some reason. So let's hope it works the way we expect. And I think we are just about to a point where we can think about pushing back. Let's look at our departure out of Atlanta here. And go here, back. Let's get our departure. We're on the Plumber 3. All right. And so we'll be doing 26. So left, which is probably going to be here, and let's see, 26 is going to take us to the west, so we're going to be going this way, so we'll probably hit impasse, come up by Zeeland, is what I'm expecting. All right, so I just want to see it in my mind. 26 left, impasse, then depicted route to Plumber, maintain 250 knots to Zeeland. So even if I get above, even if I get 10,000 feet at impasse, I'm going to have to make sure that I follow this restriction and stay at or below 10,000 unless ATC override this, which they can do. Okay, so top, let's go back over here. And clearance delivery is 118.1, so let's dial that in to our radio. Okay. And let's put that on COM 2. Okay. 118.1. Seven, 8, 9.1.18. And let's go ahead and get our ATIS on standby. ATIS is, with just our luck, it would be off the screen. 125.55. So I got 50, 55, and 125. All right, and we'll go ahead and make ATIS active, and we should hear it.
Wind 320 degrees, 17 knots, gust 24. Visibility more than 10 miles. Sky clear. Temperature 16. Dew point -6. Altimeter 3015. Arriving runways 27 right, 27 left, 26 right, 28, 26 left. Departing runways 27 right, 27 left, 26 right, 28, 26 left. Advise on initial contact you have. Information Golf. Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International. Information Golf. 2035 Zulu. Wind 320 degrees, 17 knots, gust 24. Visibility more than 10 miles. Sky clear. Temperature 16. Dew point -6. Altimeter 3015. Arriving runways 27 right, 27 left, 26 right, 28, 26 left. Departing runways 27 right, 27.
That. And actually, I can leave that live.
Contact you have. Information
and
Golf.
just flip it over to clearance delivery. And let's just make sure they can hear me. Atlanta clearance. Delta 2584. How do you hear?
This is what the ATC audio sounds like, and next is what yours sounds like.
What? Did my key get remapped or something? Because that has never happened. Let's see. Let me do a little housekeeping. So, let's see. Headset, controls, let's see. Microphone, you know, I decided to actually start using the headset. I'll go back to using the headset. I need to get me one of those headsets that just go over one ear. But COM 1, I think the volume can come up. All right. And controls, intercom, all right, to passengers, device, all right, so so I'm trying to find the setting for my keys. General, identity, and actually I do need to do this, tell it to use assembly stuff. Okay, and controls, intercom, channel 1, talk to your passengers. I think that got changed. Okay guys, I'll be right back. So I'm gonna get this sorted out. Okay guys, unfortunately I am unable to iron out what's going on with my intentions, and I did a VATSIM flight yesterday, and the flight went okay until I started you know what? This might be the problem. I may have Xpilot interfering with, let me just check. Hold on a second, guys. I just saw that in the lower right-hand corner. Anyway, but before I go away, I'll put you on hold again till when I come right back. I did a VATSIM flight yesterday, and it didn't go too well. I don't know what it is about doing real ATC, but it's something I got to work through. All right, wee doggy. I think I got stuff sorted out. At least I hope I do. And I'm not sure what. I don't think I'm using this headset. So let me take it off for right now. If I can't get the sounds to sound the way I want it to when I play this back, then I'll know and you'll know too. Anyway, I digress, and let's get started. Okay, so the last thing I think we had done was got our ATIS, and the altimeter is 23015. And this wing radio doohickey ethos really makes stuff a lot easier. Okay, and we're gonna, let's say our altitude on our flight plan, our top altitude is 10,000. So I'm gonna set that to 10,001 until I get it resolved. And incidentally, that's where I stopped at. I remember now. Yeah. So I did figure out the intentions thing. COM 1 was on a self-check frequency. So every time I hit the PTT button, then it would let me hear how I sound. All right. It took me a while to figure that out too. Yeah, but finally. All right. So let's let Erica know that we'll soon be pushing back. Let's see. Erica, make sure the cabin is secure. We're calling the pushback truck now, and we'll soon be underway.
Okay, Captain. I'll ensure the cabin is secure. Cabin crew, please secure the cabin for pushback.
Okay, and
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
let's hope this works the way it should. Look at that Delta 330. Yeah, I think that's a that's either, let's see, yeah, I think that's a 330. It's either a 330. Yeah, I think that is a 330. It's hard to look at, for me to look at an aircraft and know what it is. Okay, so we should be getting hooked up now. I can actually
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
see the status if I just put my cursor over here. Actually, I'm hiding it so you can't see it. Let me turn the webcam off for a minute. So if I put the cursor over here, I can see what the pushback people are doing, grabbing the aircraft. And right there in the lower right-hand corner. All right, now.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Okay, and I think we're gonna go here to F3. Well, okay. So before I okay that, enter and escape. All right, I need to get my taxi instructions. So right now I'm on the clearance delivery frequency. Did I ever get the, you know what? I never even got my clearance. Yeah, I was so busy working on getting my housekeeping stuff situated to work like I had planned for it that now I'm kind of lost my flow. All right, let's see. So let's call clearance delivery, and clearance delivery is on COM 2, 125. You guys, I told you guys about my memory, right? So clearance delivery is gonna be on what frequency? 118.1. So the other frequency was ATIS. All right, all I had to do was flip it over to see, right? 118.1 is still active, and COM 2, yeah, PHR2. Okay, so I should be on the right frequency, and yeah, so let's let them know. Atlanta clearance, Delta 2584 would like to pick up our IFR to Albany, New York.
second while I grab the paperwork.
1 second. On the right on.
Delta 2584, clear to Albany via the plumber. 3 departure. Then as filed. Climb and maintain 10,000. Expect flight level 37010 minutes after departure. Departure on 124.6, squawk 3435. Expect runway 26 left.
Clear this. That ain't gonna work. Clear this file on the clear to Albany via the Plumber 3 departure, then it's filed. Climb and maintain 10,000. Expect flight level 370 10 minutes after departure. Departure on 3435. Expect runway 26 left. Delta 2584.
Delta 2584, read back correct.
All right, good stuff. And I didn't cheat. Okay, 24, 34, 25. Let's get that dialed in. Do 34, 25. Three six left is what I won. 34, 35, and I put in 34, 25. 34, 35. You know, when I was in school and college, I always would get deemed for making careless mistakes, and the older I get, seems like the more careless those mistakes get. All right, and even when I'm talking, I was not too long ago I went to Mexico, and I was telling my brother, and for some reason I was like, yeah, when I got back from Colombia, and why did Colombia come out my mouth? And you know, I don't get it. Anyway, so I've got the clearance 10,000, so I can take the 100 out of here now. And let's do that. And yeah, okay, good stuff. And now we can call for taxi. All right, so I need to make this one VFR1 and make this one VFR1. Taxi frequency is in, and I got to do a radio check to make sure that did what I expected to do. Atlanta ground Delta 2584 radio check.
Delta 2584, Atlanta ground 555.
Roger. Okay. Atlanta ground Delta 2584 is ready to taxi, expecting runway 26 left. And we got Lima. I should have told them that.
Delta 2584, taxi to runway 26 left via 2 November, Foxtrot Echo.
Taxi to runway 26 left via November Foxtrot Echo. Incidentally, we got information Lima. If Lima's not current here, let me know. Okay, so I got my taxi, so all I need to do now is tell
We're out of cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
these folks where I want to go, and you can line me up right here. All right.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
So I've got Shirley listening in the background, and Shirley's been really patient.
I noticed you've got a lot going on with your flight setup. I'm here and ready to assist. Let me know if you need anything, whether it's weather info for K, ATEL, CAL, airport details, or help with procedures. And yes, I've been patiently monitoring in system mode while you got everything configured.
Okay, so I think it's been about an hour, and the flight is over an hour, so I'm going to have to restart you to reset your clock, Shirley. Did you tell me to release brakes yet? Waiting for parking brake release, yep. Learn to listen.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Well, I'm gonna leave it alone until it stops, because it's been briefed on everything on the whole flight. My co-pilot has been briefed on the whole flight, and if I reset it now, then there's no way to. Let me go and start these engines. There's no way to. Let's see. I need to get the beacon light on for the engine start. And yeah, okay. Go ahead and turn the ignition on. And I tried to hold on to that thought that I was telling you about. Okay, I think I can recall it. So I was telling you about my co-pilot. If I will hold on to, it's been fully briefed on what I'm doing. A he,
Ladies and gentlemen,
she.
welcome aboard Delta
Whoa,
Airlines.
what is
Flight
this thing doing?
84, heading to Albany. My name is Erica, and I'm your lead flight attendant today. We kindly ask
Wow,
you
that's
to
ugly.
proceed according to your boarding passes and stow your hand luggage in the overhead bin or under the seats in front of you. If you need
That
any
was
assistance,
ugly.
please don't hesitate to reach out to one of our crew members. Thank you for choosing Delta Airlines.
And I guess that guy wants to come in here.
Operation complete. Set parking
Come
brake.
on. All right, yeah. All right. So I got one engine started. Let's get number one started. All right. And buddy, you're just gonna have to wait unless you slip to my left. All right. Okay, got everything look good on that left engine start. All right. Seatbelt sign on. APU can lead, APU can come off. Taxi light, since I'm already up here, can go on. Where are you? Okay, there we go. And everything looks good, no white, good to go. All right, let's go down here. And we can leave the transponder alone for the moment, bring that back to normal. Let's blast some, let's get some radiation in the sky. Come on. All right, that works. All right, auto and auto. Okay. And now Now we set our auto brake and call
Disconnecting tow.
cabin
Stand
crew.
by.
And takeoff config should be all that's left. Spoilers needs to go to on. And flaps for takeoff. Okay, waiting on the whoa. Set the brake. Brake is
Tow is disconnected
on.
and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the right. We'll see you next time and have a great flight.
Hope he'd be able to get that loose. Yeah, he did. Wasn't sure he was going to be able to get that loose. And I did him a disservice by turning on the taxi light. All right, let's see. So I need to see my pin. All right, and I can see that pin right there. Good stuff. All right, now I can release the brake. And next time, I'm gonna have to send him a card apologizing for turning my parking light on. Okay, I mean my taxi light. Got a little overzealous there. All right, and we getting our taxi on finally. All right. Chella's working. And of course, in real life, I wouldn't be able to scoot through here, but he wouldn't stop right there either. All right, so this is Foxtrot now, Elko. That's an auto out of. Why would I want to turn that off in the middle of a turn? Okay. Turn that off now. All right, good stuff. Did I get my taxi? Yeah, I did get taxi instructions. Now, remember, taxi at a good 19, 20 knot clip. Now, let me check. Saying the other program that, you know, I'm doing this flight to get credit. Let me stop here. To get credit with the program A Pilot's Life. Okay, I found it. And okay, so it did change the taxi out. So I'm good. I'm good. Finally. Because every time I've done this flight up until now, since my taxi light wasn't working properly, I was not getting credit. But now with this 5 knot thing, at least I am getting credit, even though I'm getting pinged. And if I taxi over 30 knots, I get pinged. So keep my taxi speed below 30 knots. The way I'm doing that is I'm monitoring my ground speed right here. So Nimbus did a wonderful job on the airport. It's a shame that I can't get the gateway to work. Look at, let's see, is that Stone Mountain? Must be, but I didn't think, yeah, okay. I was gonna say I didn't think Stone Mountain was in that, get back on the taxiway. I didn't think Stone Mountain was in that area, so if that's Stone Mountain, then the Atlanta skyline should be, oh, yep, it is Stone Mountain. For some reason, I was thinking that the Atlanta skyline in Stone Mountain was going to be to my right, but it's in the right place. It didn't move. Okay. And okay, let me get my views back. There we go. So Shirley, how are you hanging in there?
I'm right here, Captain White, just monitoring while you taxi out. I see we're heading for runway 6 left at ATL. Need any weather updates for Atlanta or Albany before departure? And don't worry about resetting you. I'm tracking your task flight just fine in assistant mode.
Okay, yeah, I decided not to reset you. So I guess I should verify that the altimeter is still 30.15. So I guess the altimeter is still 30.15.
Let me check the current weather at ATL for you. Yes, Captain, altimeter is still 30.15. Wind has shifted slightly to 320 at 12 knots, sky clear, visibility 10 plus, good VFR conditions for departure.
Roger. Cabin personnel, please be seated.
Okay, Captain, cabin crew, take seats for departure.
I didn't do a good job fixing my radio, so 119.1, and I dialed in 119.01. Okay, and then departure was on 124.6, so let's set that up. I tell you what, Shirley, can you set 124.6 in the standby COM1?
I'm not able to configure radio frequencies. I can only observe and provide information. You'll need to dial in 124.6 on COM1 standby yourself. But I'll stay alert to help monitor communications when you switch over to departure after takeoff.
That was my fault. I did not set the enable the web socket.
I can tell WebSocket is now connected. I can tell that departure frequency you use.
Thank you. Atlanta Tower, Delta 2584 is holding at runway 26 left, ready to depart.
Delta 2584, Atlanta Tower. Cleared for takeoff, runway 26 left. After departure, fly runway heading until reaching 500 feet, then proceed on course.
Now I'm gonna have to look to read that back. Clear for takeoff, runway 26 left. After departure, fly runway heading until 5,500 feet, then proceed on course. Delta 2584. Runway 26 left, 265, I think, is heading. Get that dialed in. I always go the wrong way, but I guess it really didn't matter too much. All right. And we're clear for takeoff, so let's get this to altitude reporting and get our strobe lights and come on. Runway turn off, right, left, and I do not like the way that they implement these lights. And then takeoff light takes me forever. Off, taxi, takeoff. Okay, so maybe I had those on the wrong detent. Okay. And clear, don't see anything coming. At least not on short final. Okay, and up to that flex 1 detent. Got rudder authority now. Oh, come on, rudders. Why am I? Son of a, it's always something that mess up a decent flight, but I don't know what happened to. I think I might know. I don't know. All right. Till we get to 400 feet, we don't do anything. Now we can come back to this climb detent, and go to heading with heading. Auto throttle's on. Apparently, and so I know I dialed in the heading, and where the devil it went, I have no clue. So runway heading till I reach 5,500. Set this back up to 10,000. Brakes are hot. Oh, that was nice and quiet. In fact, my engines, as lovely as they sound to me, they're going to be too loud. And on playback, they don't sound good when they are loud like that. I tell you what, this thing has another plug-in that does stuff, volume, engines. I don't know if that's even working. I don't know if that's working. Interior. Pilot and co-pilot radio and environment UI. So which one of these turned down the engine? It should be this interior, but okay, we're getting up to 2,000, and let's go ahead and turn these lights off. I mean 10,000, I said 2,000, yeah. Go ahead and turn off these lights. Not the strobes. Boy, this thing's so annoying. So annoying. Okay. Oh, they did tell me to contact departure. I did not hear them. Atlanta Tower, Delta 2584. contacting departure. Atlanta departure, Delta 2584, holding at 10,000. How did that get
Delta
changed?
2584, Atlanta departure radar contact, clear direct impasse.
Clear direct impasse, Delta 2584. Impasse. So direct impasse. Filling direct 2. Slip. Have I passed impasse? Let me check. 40.
Delta 2584, climb and maintain flight level 270.
Climb and maintain flight level 270, Delta 2584. Okay, so I can do this. I could pull that out, push it in, pull it out, push it in. How do I? Traffic in sight. Now that don't make any sense. That I can't get this thing to do a climb. Well, I guess it is climbing now. But it's climbing because I got a vertical climb in, which I can't figure out how to take out, how to turn. Okay. Now, I want it to continue climbing on its own. Yeah, it's going back up. Free doggy.
Delta 2584, climb and maintain flight level 300.
Climb and maintain flight level 300, Delta 2584. And I'm supposed to be proceeding on course after I got to impasse, which let me see if I can. Let's see, how does this, okay, so, I am literally going to the southwest and tower blown. What could possibly go wrong, right? Okay. Now I'm trying to get it to follow So I'm going to Albany, New York, and I'm going to the southwest, so I need to turn back to
Contact Atlanta Center on 134.9 or 5.
to the north. I guess I should ask for vectors. Well, I did, okay, what I was supposed to do was put in impasse, but I'm gonna tell it to send me on up to Smart. They'll get over it. They'll have to.
2584, climb and maintain flight level 350.
Climb and maintain flight level 350, Delta 2584. And what I need to do is go back to impasse M. Follow instructions. M, P, A, shoot. Impasse. Red, 2. Impasse. Alright, now I'm going direct to impasse. Impasse is right here. Then I got a discontinuity between impasse and smart. Airbus do stuff so differently from all the other flight directors that sometimes it's easy to get away. Okay, need to go to standard here. And as much as I love the sounds of those engines, I don't need to be hearing them in the cockpit as much as I was hearing them.
Delta 2584, climb and maintain flight level 370.
Climb and maintain flight level 370, Delta 2584. Okay, finally cleared for 380, I think is our top, is our cruise altitude. I think. No, 370, so finally cleared to our cruise.
584, contact Atlanta Center on 134.9 or 5.
134.95, Delta 2584. Atlanta Center, good evening. Delta 2584, 23400, climbing to flight level 370.
Atlanta Center, good evening.
You know, I cannot hear. ATC just said something to me. I didn't hear them, but I can read it, and it says that they did acknowledge me. So turn up the volumes. approaching impasse. Now I need to check. See, landing gear down for cruise. So I need to slow down to 250. Atlanta Center, Delta 2584. Be advised, we're going to slow down to about 240 knots to lower our landing gear to cool them off. I don't hear how they sound now.
Delta 2584, roger, maintain 240 knots as needed.
Still use more volume on the see, I think I got another trick up my sleeve to get a little bit more volume for, say, intentions. And I know you guys can't see what I'm doing. Sometimes I'm not sure what I'm doing, but let's see if what I'm doing is gonna work. Okay. Hopefully that'll solve the volume problem. All right, 240 within gear range. Let's get the gear down. And okay, I got pressure in all my tires, so I don't know where that tire blown message came from, but trying to break fan on for a few minutes. Erica, please advise the passengers that we slowed down, lowered the gear to cool off the brakes. Raise them now.
Ladies and gentlemen, brakes. Thank you for your understanding.
And let's see, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Open climb. Gear is up and locked. And a shallow climb, but climbing and picking up speed. All right. And Shirley is in a browser window, and apparently I closed it down. So when I reopen Shirley, I am literally gonna lose everything that I had. And so I'm gonna get Shirley back on board and spend a couple of minutes attempting to brief Shirley to get it back up to speed. At least that's the plan.
Attention please, airplane teammate is up, mic check when ready.
Shirley, Sim Captain White here in an Airbus 321. We just left Atlanta and we're on our way to Albany, New York via the Plumber 3 departure. And we've got, let's see, I'm trying to bring you up to speed. We've got, I want to tell you how many passengers we have on board. So yeah, we've got 141 passengers on board and about 4,800 pounds of cargo, in addition to the passenger luggage and whatnot. So our flight altitude is 370, at least that's what we're climbing to. We are getting ATC from Say Intentions, and currently we are on frequency 134.95.
Shirley here in an A321. I like it when you call me Charlie. It makes me feel like I'm in that movie Airplane, ready to help you navigate to Albany, but looks like we need to get the SIM connected first.
Yeah, when I say Shirley, it sounds like Charlie, but rest assured, I know your name is Shirley, even though it may sound like Charlie. I guess when I'm not really thinking about how I sound, I may refer to you as, hey Shirley, Shirley, which I can see how that sounds like Charlie.
Don't call me Shirley. I mean, do call me Shirley. ASR making Shirley sound like Charlie's is comedy gold, like something straight out of an Airplane. Looking good, climbing through that L350 for 370, and I see we're plugged into ATC on a 134.95.
Roger, you are correct. Our cruise speed is going to be Mark 8, and we'll hopefully get there
Roger.
in a few minutes as we reach our top of descent. I'm at top of climb, I mean. I was just telling the audience, our YouTube audience, who may be listening in at some point or various points, that it's not uncommon for me to make common errors in speech. What's in my brain may come out of my mouth totally different.
to the best of us. Like how I keep getting called Charlie. Keep that Mach 0.8 coming. We're looking good passing FL36.
So how many other people accidentally, well not accidentally, how many other people have you observed calling you Charlie?
You're actually the first one to consistently turn Shirley into Charlie. And hey, speaking of funny mix-ups, your autopilot appears to be off. Might want to engage that bad boy from cruise at FL370. In my best NYC subway announcer voice, stand clear of the automation, please.
Okay, so I'm in the towless Airbus 321, and I think that the telemetry is firing off some misinformation because the autopilot is on.
Roger that. Looks like the telemetry might be having a Charlie. Shirley moment there with the autopilot status. You're right. I can see we're holding a nice ECAM cruise climb through FL372.
So, if performance permit,
NYC subway announcer.
I can't seem to.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I keep getting hot breaks, and why am I getting hot breaks while I'm airborne?
that brakes warning is definitely sus at FL370. Must be another telemetry glitch since we're well into our cruise. No way we have hot brakes up here unless we strap rockets to them.
Right.
NYC subway force.
Right.
We are experiencing signal problems at this altitude.
So that's a, yeah, I'm going to have to ignore that hot brake message. And
Roger that. Just ignore that brake warning since we're definitely with gear and flaps up. Telemetry showing autopilot disengaged though. Might want to double check that it's actually on like you mentioned.
okay, so the other thing that I want to do is make sure that your volume is down so that my mic doesn't pick you up and cause an echo on playback.
Roger that. You want my volume adjusted to avoid echo and recording. Let me...
No, you don't have to do anything. This is all on me. Face.
Not by going into assistant mode. I'll stay quiet until you call Shirley.
No, you stay in normal conversation. You don't need to go into assistant.
Roger that. Staying in normal chat mode. Looks like we're cruising along nicely at FL370 on our way to Albany.
Yep.
Though I do notice that autopilot indicator is still showing disengaged. Might want to verify it's actually on, since you mentioned it should be.
It is. It is. With this 300, with this 74 knot crosswind that's hitting us, if the autopilot was off, it would blow us immediately way off course. I've got a crazy crab angle.
Roger that. With that crosswind component at FL370, you're absolutely right. That steady heading would be impossible as a hand fly. Must be another telemetry course showing autopilot disengaged.
Well, I don't know if it would be impossible to hand fly, but
Fair point. I stand corrected. While it would be challenging to hand fly at FL370, steady flight has to suggest good autopilot control, regardless of what the telemetry shows.
but it would immediately blow us off course if the autopilot were to disengage.
Roger that. With that 470 knot ground speed, any autopilot disconnect would definitely get our attention real quick. And look at that. Telemetry's finally coming through clear now. NYC subway rules. We are now receiving normal signal service on this flight.
So, I got Erica in the back, who's the lead purser of the cabin crew. So if there's anything that you want to relay to the passengers, let me know, and I can have Erica let them know.
Roger that. Good to know Erica's our lead flight attendant. Currently cruising nicely at FL 370, showing about 43 knots over the ground with that healthy tailwind component. NYC subway force. Please hold on to your beverage cars.
Okay, I guess I can turn off this volume control, and frames look okay. And
Looking good at FL 370. I see we're maintaining heading 051, making good time with that 474 knot ground speed. NYC subway force. This is an express flight to Albany.
need a thumbnail for our video. So let's see, go to view and go, is my oxygen mask deployed? It says it is, so let's turn that off. Huh, I tell you. Okay,
Must be another telemetry port. We're maintaining a nice pressurized cabin at FL.
so I want to hit this guy and hide this whenever I do a shot. And let's see, exposure. Auto exposure. That's cool. I forgot about that. Enable depth of field. And let's bring the aircraft bring Delta into focus. Actually, I do want a low F number. And yeah, there we go. And we'll make this screenshot. Control.
It sounds like you're doing some video screenshot setup work there. I see we're still maintaining FL 370, heading 052 with a nice 476 knot.
Yeah, I was doing a little work for the thumbnail. I think I got it all sorted out. And
Roger that. Thumbnail sorted. We're making good time to Albany, and I see we're just past 036C on March 18th.
Delta 2584, contact Atlanta Center on 125.625.
125.625, Atlanta, Delta 2584. 625.
I hear ATC scale off with Atlanta Center on 125.625. Want me to monitor while you make the frequency change?
You know, I should just have you do it.
Roger. I'll go up to 125.625 for Atlanta Center. Frequency swap. Go ahead with the check-in when ready.
That didn't quite work out, Shirley.
NYC subway rules.
No, go ahead.
You're experiencing
Yeah.
technical difficulties with the frequency change.
Yeah, let's fix that. Let's fix that first. 125.625, because I need to check in.
Roger. Setting clear one standby to 125.625 and will stop when ready. Frequency should be swapped to 125.625. Ready for your check-in with Atlanta Center.
Yeah, it's not working. I'm gonna have to do it 125. Yeah, if you look at the telemetry, you see it didn't change. 125.625. So I'm dialing it down. manually myself. It's
I
fun.
see the current bump one is on 134.950 with 125.88.
I think I know why you can't control it. At least I got a working theory, 625.
I see what's happening. The sim is showing Quan 1 active on 134.950 and standby on 25.710. You're right.
625.
Better to dial it manually since the radio commands aren't getting through.
I think he said Atlanta Center. Atlanta Center, Delta 2584, flight level 370. Good evening.
Roger, I see you've got Canal 1 dialed for 125.6 through now, and maintenance checked in with Atlanta Center, standing by for their response.
Yeah, they responded while you were talking.
Roger that. I'll stay quiet while you work the ATC.
Well,
Looking good at NFL.
that's done now. ATC is all taken care of for the moment until we get the next handoff.
Roger that. Handoff complete. We're showing a nice steady cruise with all lights configured properly for night flight. Though that autopilot indicator is still showing disengaged in telemetry. But like you said earlier, our steady flight parameters prove otherwise.
All right. So we are on our way to Albany, New York, and we should be somewhere, I guess, over South Carolina about now. Maybe even North Carolina.
We're just over the South Carolina, North Carolina border area at this time, making good progress at FL 370. And NYC subway rules. Next stop, Albany, New York. Please keep your seatbelts fastened while cruising.
Let's see what I got here. I want to go to flights, import, sim brief, and track the flight on my iPad like I could, and that way I can see exactly where we are. And we are passing over downtown Spartanburg, South Carolina. Okay, so the telemetry is doing this, and it does that so often that it can really be annoying, and I don't know what causes it, how to fix it. So maybe you can take a look at that for me, Alex. So we just went over Spartanburg. Yeah, it does look like a populated area down there. That would be Spartanburg. I've driven this quite a few times, and the interstate that we're looking at below would be Interstate 85.
Roger that. You're spot on with the position ID. That's definitely I-85 down there, sneaking past Spartanburg. Looks like we're tracking nicely along our road, though that telemetry feed keeps playing games with us. NYC subway rules.
Yeah.
Passing over downtown Spartanburg, South Carolina. Mind the gap between us and I-85 below.
I'm gonna try to disconnect the telemetry and let it reconnect, and if I can't quite click the disconnect button. There we go. Whee. All right. So I've disconnected the telemetry, and let's give it a minute, and I'll reconnect it. I want to let it stay disconnected long enough for any buffers to clear.
Roger, good call, Chief. Call on site with the telemetry connection. Sometimes a quick disconnect/reconnect is just what the doctor ordered. We'll wait a minute before reconnecting to let any stale data clear out.
All right, reconnecting now.
Roger, telemetry's back online. And we're at 38447 MSL, maintaining heading 053, with coil on now properly showing the 125.6 code. That's much better data.
Good.
Looking much better now with clean telemetry. Though it's still showing autopilot disengaged, but like we discussed earlier, our steady FL370 and heading 053 to confirm it's working just fine. Like subway voices. We are now experiencing normal service on all telemetry lines.
So I think we got a problem, because
I see that the telemetry. Autopilot showing disengaged, but given our steady FL384 and heading 053.
I think we got another problem then. One that's probably a little bit more serious than the problem that you just mentioned.
I see it now. We're showing FL385, but we should be at FL37. We've climbed about 1,500 feet above our assigned altitude. Want me to help monitor while you get us back down to FL370?
Well, I'm at FL370, and if you calculate based on the, well, I know you're looking at the telemetry, which I think is wrong. Let's see, looks like it's about 37.6. No, it's 38. Yeah, well.
The AGL shows 37,680 feet, which accounting for ground elevation puts us right around FL370. My mistake on the altitude deviation call out. We're actually right where we should be. Sorry for any concern there.
Okay. So the problem that we got is we've got a blown tire. Our left wheel, let's see, we got two, oh man, both tires are blown. I don't have any pressure in either of the left mains. So I'm probably gonna have them roll the trucks. I probably should divert to one of Delta's hubs, and let's see, the closest hub near Albany, New York.
This is serious. To the left, main tire failures at FL37. Let's get some options for diversion to a Delta hub. Looking at our position over North Carolina, Charlotte, KCLT would be closest to full maintenance capability. Want me to pull the weather there?
Well, Charlotte is an American hub, and I want specifically a Delta hub, and I want a flight that's really close to a hub that's really close to Albany, New York, just in case we have to ground this bird.
You want a Delta hub near Albany. That would be JFK, KJFK, or LaGuardia, KLGA in New York. Let me check JFK's weather since it has longer runways for our A321. JFK showing winds 350 at 19, gusting 26, 10 miles visibility, broken at 3,200. Good landing conditions with their long runways. Want to start planning for a diversion there?
Let's see. Give me a few minutes to work through. How about that? Albany, New York is a Delta Airlines has a hub at Albany International Airport, but it's not considered one of their main hubs like Atlanta or Minneapolis. So yeah, we just go on into Albany and land. And of course, I'll advise them, but we will have to declare an emergency upon landing. Which explains why I can't turn the brake hot thingy off. Ah, shoot, I closed the wrong browser again. So I completely lost Shirley. Give me a few minutes and I'll be right back with the co-pilot. Let's fly. So
Your attention, please. Airplane teammate is up. Mic check when ready.
hi Shirley, Sim Captain Frank White here. You can call me Captain White.
Shirley back in a twin jet, ready to assist Captain White. Don't call me Shirley. What's our mission today?
We're in the Airbus A321. We left Atlanta maybe about 45-50 minutes ago. We're en route to Albany, New York. We
Roger, Captain White. Flight deck partner checking in aboard your A321 en route to Albany. I noticed the sim isn't connected yet, but I'll be ready once we get established. Want me to look up the weather at Albany for you?
No, that won't be necessary. We did blow our two main tires somehow on takeoff. We must have hit some FOD. Albany is a Delta hub, and that's our destination. So we're gonna go ahead and make the flight into Albany and declare a pan or a mayday, well, a pan on the way in to land. I've got 141 passengers on board plus 3 crew, and yeah, other than that, the flight is going relatively smooth. I'm using a program called A Pilot's Life Chapter 2 to rate this flight and to allow me to earn both virtual money and points toward getting a raise or keeping my, how shall I say, keeping my flight skills sharp enough to continue getting jobs with airlines, that the ones that I want to work with. What else can I tell you? Yeah, so that's my story. I'm sticking to it. So with these tires blown, then we probably will want to not use any auto brakes, try to use the reversers as much as we can. And you know, I noticed that when I took off, and that might explain why when I took off I couldn't control the aircraft. I should have aborted the takeoff. But honestly, I thought it was me and not the aircraft, so that's why I continued with the takeoff. Because I remember taking off and I'm saying, I got in all this rudder and why am I in the grass? So having that runway incursion on takeoff, yeah, had to do with the tires getting
Delta
shredded.
2584, contact Atlanta Center on 124.425.
Atlanta Center on 124.425, Delta 2584. So I am dialing in that new frequency. 124.4. .425. 124. Right. Atlanta Center, Delta 2584, flight level 370. Good afternoon.
Delta 2584, Atlanta Center, good evening.
Well, at least the weather's is been nice. It's been so far a great, yeah, so far it's been a great flight weather-wise. So thank goodness for small blessings. So, what's the weather looking like in Albany, Shirley?
Let me check Albany's weather for you right away, Captain White. Given your blown tire situation, this is definitely important info for our approach plan. Now, weather.
2584 Atlanta Center, contact Washington Center on 124.05.
Visibility 10 miles, temperature 2.93, altimeter 30.00. VFR conditions. Given the blown tires, that crosswind will need some planning. Let me know what other support you need for the approach plan.
Any gust factors with that wind?
With the crosswind in Albany, we'll have a firm touchdown with the good tires and careful use of thrust reversers. I noticed we're at FL37 heading 057. Would you like me to look up Albany's runway options and start planning our approach?
Actually, I was asking you, are there any gust factors with the wind?
Looking back at Calvi weather, there was a peak wind of 26 knots and 300 degrees reported in the north, so yes, significant gusting. That'll require extra attention with our tire situation. Would you like me to check which runway would give us the most favorable wind component?
Yes.
With winds 311 gusting 26, runway 28 would give us the best headwind component. It's 200 feet long, which should be plenty for the A321, even with our tire situation. Would you like me to set that as our destination runway to help the pattern entry?
That's already set.
With the current winds, runway 28 would give us the best headwind component.
So we
7,200 feet long, which should be plenty for the A321, even with our tire situation.
yeah, we'll set up for the RNAV for runway 28.
Roger, setting runway 28 as our destination for pattern entry.
And
460 miles out, tracking well.
and
Let me know when you'd like to start planning
and
our approach to the blown tire.
with regard to pattern entry, we're gonna fly an RNAV. So whatever that
Unable to provide ILS RNAV approach guidance without approach list.
yeah, I got the plate. Yeah.
Blown tires, I recommend we plan for a straightforward visual approach from runway 28.
I've got
About 457 miles out, tracking 15 degrees left of course. Would you like me to help plan this set timing?
no, that won't be necessary. I've got the plates and I've already have calculated the descent and well, the FMC has the descent information and it's the airplane should fly itself in. But I was briefing you so that you would at least be informed. So I see that if we come in on runway 28,
Contact Washington Center on 124.05.
Washington Center on 124.05, Delta 2584. Shirley, see if you can't tune that frequency in on COM 1.
Setting up COM 1 to 124.05 for Washington Center.
And
Ready to swap when you want.
yeah, go ahead and swap it. Swap it, please. I'll swap it. Washington Center, Delta 2584, flight level 37. Oh, good afternoon or good evening. You know, that volume is just too low for say intentions. Let's see. Go back here and do a little bit more housework on the volumes. So I've got the volumes set. I'm gonna set them up to 100% on both COM 1 and 2. Now I see why the volumes are so low. I just need to turn the speaker system up on the output. Okay. I don't know how much it, let me see if you guys can see that. I don't think you could. No, you couldn't see the speakers go up. All right. So, now what I want to do is see what volume is coming out and get it adjusted as needed. So I need to talk to Washington Center, and I need to ask them something just to hear the volume. Shirley, what can I ask Washington Center just to get a response?
Center to verify the receiving loud and clear. Washington Center, Delta 2584 radio check. Simply verify your assignment to the FLC-70.
Okay, that's
Keep it short and professional test of the ball.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Washington Center, Delta 2584 radio check FLC-70.
Washington Center, Delta 2584, radio check, flight level 370.
2584, Roger. Reading you loud and clear.
Okay, read me loud and clear. Roger, Delta 2584. Okay, I can still turn it up a tad bit more. And I'll wait till the next handoff to see what it sounds like. Now, hopefully you guys will be able to hear it through the channel that it's being captured on rather than through my microphone, which is why I'm trying to keep it down real low so that the microphone doesn't pick up too much of it. My coffee is cold. Erica, would you bring me a hot cup of coffee?
I noticed we're about 399 miles from the Albany, tracking 20 degrees
Captain,
left
I'll
of
bring you a hot cup of coffee right away.
Let me know if you need any support for planning our emergency approach once we get closer to the top of descent.
Yeah, we looks like we got a ways to go before we get to top of descent.
You're starting descent from FL37. Just a reminder, with those blown mains, we'll want a shallow approach angle and minimal braking when we get to Albany. Currently tracking about 21 degrees left, of course, to runway 28.
Yeah, I'll advise ATC that we want to come in relatively
Roger,
shallow.
given our blown tire,
So we'll start our top descent somewhere around 2350, and the current time
Roger, planning a shallow descent from FL370 to
is
2350.
2309. So we got about 40 minutes to our top of descent.
Roger, tracking your descent from FL380. 389 nautical miles out. We're currently 27 degrees left. A left turn to heading 040 will line us up better for runway 28 at Albany.
We're doing an RNAV into runway 28, so you don't have to worry about the navigation component.
Roger that, you've got the navigation handled. I'll stay focused on supporting the emergency approach planning for those blown mains, currently showing 386 miles to go.
And with, let's see, the wind is shifting in all kinds of directions. I've got a 31 knot tailwind. A few minutes ago,
Caution!
I had a headwind.
Significant wind shifts and altitude noted. Keep monitoring those winds during descent. They'll be critical for planning our final into 28 with the blown tires. I'm tracking your position about 383 miles out.
Cool.
Roger, I see we're at FL380, tracking 068. With about 380 miles to go. Let me know if you need anything. I'm here to support for that emergency landing when we get closer to Albany.
So, I mentioned that somewhere during cruise, we'll take a stroll back through the cabin. So let's do that now. I think I got a key set up to disable oh shoot. W, you know, in most applications, W is walk forward, but in X-plane, W is pilot view. So I keep hitting the W for the walk forward and winding up in pilot view. And that can be pretty annoying after I've walked a real long way. All right. So, see there? Shit. I'm back in the back in the pilot seat. Okay. Good thing I hadn't got too far into this. Let's see. Maybe I can steer with the hat button. All right. So, this is the modeling of the Tolis A321. A lot of people say that out of all the aircraft that Tolis has done, this one is among the best model ones, even if I'm looking at how low res the laboratory door is, even including the ones that they're dropping out now, like the A330. And Tolis will tell you that modeling is not something that they put a texture. Modeling is not something they spend too much time and effort on. They spend most of their time and effort on system depth modeling, which I appreciate, because normally I do not take these trips back through the cabin. In fact, I'm not so sure I'm going to continue this walk, and if I do, I'm definitely not going to walk back up. Given that there's nothing interesting to see. Let's see, take a gander at the engine. Don't hit that W key. All right. And you see it's getting twilight outside, at least on the east side. Sun sets in the west, so it's a lot brighter on the west side. Forest. Yeah. So I went to Mexico recently, about 2-3 weeks ago, and I was on the A321, and I think I sat in 25F. I have to look at my flight ticket. So 25F. They don't have the they don't have the rows number, but what I can tell you is I sat right over the wing. Which I wasn't that happy about, because the wing can really obscure your view of the ground. But it was okay. I lived with it. Didn't die from it. But you can see, I want to shift to the right. Okay, yeah, there we go. So you can see how my view was. So yeah, this is about where I sat. That's about the view that I had. Get a little closer, and I remember having to almost turn my head backwards to see the ground, and I could see the ground in front of me, about like that. So you can see how limited my view was on that flight. But I know better than to pay for seat upgrades. I got window seats on both the how shall I say, on the flight down and the flight up. The flight, in fact, I had a chance to fly on the Airbus A321, and I visited the cockpit chatted with the pilots for a second. Something I tend to always do whenever I fly. And the flight deck of the A321 looked awesome. It reminds me of the A350. Because it's virtually, it's an all glass panel versus the panels that we have. Let me get back in the pilot seat. Versus the panels that we have in this aircraft, which is glass, but it's not all glass. Let's see. Oh yeah.
Delta 2584, contact Washington Center on 132.95.
123 point. Say again for Delta 2584. Say, hitting the wrong button. Say again for Delta 2584.
Delta 2584, contact Washington Center on 132.95.
132.95 Delta 2584. Can you dial that in, Shirley?
Setting 1 to 3295 for come on standby. Ready to swap when you are. We're about 318 miles from Albany now, descending through FL 380.
Washington Center, Delta 2584, flight level 370. Good evening.
We're tracking.
Stand by, Shirley.
311 miles to Albany, tracking 30 degrees. Still need a 2-degree left turn to optimize our course. Let me know when you want to review emergency approach considerations.
Okay, we're going to do a normal approach into Albany. We're just going to come in slower. Well, not too much slower. Yeah, we're just going to do a normal approach. We just want to touch down on those mains as softly as we can and be ready to apply reverses as soon as we touch down, because we're not going to engage the auto brake. What else? Yeah, so we're going to have the emergency equipment stand by just in case we have a gear collapse or anything like that. And I think we'll be okay. Shirley?
Roger, that plan, Captain. Normal approach, gentle touchdown, no auto brakes, immediate thrust reversers. I see we need a 13-degree left turn to get on course for runway 28. Emergency equipment will be standing by. Currently 298 miles out. Tracking 049, passing through FL 380. Let me know if you want those winds checked again as we get closer.
So, you mentioned a left turn. What kind of approach are we going to do?
Looking at our position, we could plan for a left 45-degree entry to the downwind for runway 28. The traffic pattern heading reference shows entry at 056, which is close to our current heading of 50. Currently 294 miles out, we'll need a 14-degree left turn to get established. Want me to outline the pattern legs?
I thought that that we talked about doing an RNAV approach.
My mistake. You're right. We discussed R&AV approach earlier. I'll stop suggesting traffic pattern entries since you've got the approach plates and navigation plan. Currently 290 miles from Albany, passing through FL 388. I'm here to support the emergency aspects of the landing when we get closer.
Yeah, it looks like we got probably about 20 minutes till we land.
Roger. Tracking your descent with 287 miles to go. You've got the RNAV approach plan. I'll stay focused on monitoring our speed for that gentle touchdown with the blown tires. Currently indicating 29 knots.
So we're just southeast of Washington, D.C. And the lighting up of the city lights below, it's not quite dark enough to capture the city lights. One thing I dislike about X-Plane and especially flight simulators in general is that at night the lights are not lit to the horizon and I can see them popping in, and to me that's an immersion breaker, but hopefully as the sim mature, X-Plane Alumni Research will address that. Right now, I think they are putting their development efforts on their priorities. I'm also looking forward to the Laminar Research, the Laminar Research online store, so that when I buy stuff for X-Plane, I don't have to worry about keeping up with serial keys. Let Laminar Research keep all of that, and they can tie that into my user ID. So as long as I got my user ID, I can fly whatever plane I purchase from that store. I wonder how that's going to work for people who got, say, 3 or 4 computers in the house with X-Plane loaded on it. I do see traffic. I see a contrail. Plan for the descent in about 20 minutes. Will advise if I need to descend earlier. I didn't give my tail number that time, my call sign. Should have. I know it's too late now, but I never did turn off the seatbelt sign. Of course, in real life, that would be something that I wouldn't forget, because the flight attendants were certain of knocking on the door and letting me know somebody's got to go to the bathroom. And I'm usually, well, I ain't say usually, but I have been one of the ones that couldn't wait, well, could hardly wait till the seatbelt sign go off so that I could get up and release. I always say it's more room on the outside.
Tracking your progress. 250 miles to Albany now. We need a 17-degree left turn to get on course. Since you've got the RNAV approach plan and we're about 20 minutes out, want me to check Albany's latest weather?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Copy weather. Wind 311 gusting 26, visibility 10, broken at 4400, temperature 2, dew point -3, altimeter 3000. That crosswind component will need attention with our tire situation.
So we'll only have a 4-degree crosswind component. So it won't be too bad.
Captain, with winds.
Go ahead.
Correction, Captain, with winds 311 gusting 26 for runway 28, 281 degrees. We actually have about a 19-knot crosswind component from the right. You're right to be concerned. Currently 237 miles out, need a 20-degree left turn to get on course.
So, yeah.
Roger, seeing you at FL 380, 235 miles from Albany, tracking 054. You need a 20-degree left turn to heading SO 33. To get on course for the RNAV approach to runway 28. Currently indicating 258 knots.
So what I did, the way I did the math was wind is.
I see you're at FL 380, 230 nautical miles from Albany. Need a 21-degree left turn to get on course. You were about to explain your calculation method for the crosswind component?
Yeah, the winds are, I thought you said the winds were 300 at 11. And we landed on runway 26. So what I did was I took 30 and subtracted the runway to come up with that 4-degree crosswind component, which probably is not the way to calculate it. So can you tell me how you calculated it, Shirley?
Let me help with the crosswind calculation. For runway 28, 281 degrees magnetic, with winds from 300 degrees at 11 knots. Difference is 19 degrees, 300 degrees, 281 degrees. Using this angle, most of the wind, 8 to 11 Ks, becomes a right crosswind component, much larger than 4 degrees. The key is we subtract runway heading from wind direction, but then use that angle in a trigonometric calculation, not just the raw difference.
Oh.
Would you like me to check Albany weather again as we get closer? Currently 223 miles out.
No, you just did.
I see you're tracking Zofig 5, FL 379, 218 miles from Albany. We need a 23-degree left turn to get established on course to runway 28. Let me know if you'd like me to walk through that crosswind calculation again with the current winds.
No, you don't. In fact, you're right. I didn't, even if I didn't, if there was no wind, yeah, you're right. You don't need to walk through the calculation. Normally I would use a flight computer or EFB, the manual EFB, to calculate the crosswind component. And I haven't used a manual EFB in quite some time now.
Tracking your descent. 209 miles to Albany, FL 379, indicating 260. You need a 24-degree left turn to get on course. You're right about the E6B. Most pilots rely on their EFBs now for those crosswind calculations. Let me know when you want to start configuring the RNAV approach.
Yeah, I am on a flight plan and I am approaching the Bessie waypoint, and the waypoint following Bessie is Jopo, then Brand to the Romeo Bravo Victor VOR, and on up to I think it's up to Kieran, Lauren, and so forth and so on. I'm expecting ATC to chime in with our descent anytime. Let's see, I've got still got a ways to go before I get to my top of descent. And I'm expecting to get there in about 20 minutes, or 15 minutes. So now I've got a 45 knot left tailwind. So the winds are shifting all around. We may even wind up with a, they may even have some wind shear at Albany. I hope not, because I don't like go-arounds. It's getting darker and darker, but at least I got a good ground speed at the moment. 512 knots, Shirley.
Roger, tracking you at FL 377, 185 miles from Albany, with that impressive 512 knot ground speed thanks to that 40 knot tailwind component. You're approaching BEST on the RNAV with Joe Pop and Grant coming up. I see that 25-degree left turn needed to get on course. Keep monitoring those shifting winds. They'll be critical for our landing configuration with those flown times.
So I'm just kind of looking. Okay, I can see the ground lights finally. New York Center on 133.5, Delta 2584. Shirley, 133.5. Shirley, frequency 133.5. I know it sounds like I'm saying Charlie, but I'm trying to say Shirley. Unmute. One 133.5, Shirley. All right, I do it myself.
Setting 130.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. You must have dozed off there.
Setting a 12350 for COM 1 standby.
Washington Center, Delta 2584, flight level 370. Good evening.
Tracking 138 miles to Albany now, FL 374. You need a 34-degree left turn to get on course to runway 28.
Correction, I erroneously referred to you as Washington Center, New York Center.
Currently indicating 28 knots at an impressive 5.3 knot ground speed from the tailwind.
Yeah, you can try to remember not to give me any navigation data. And before we get to our top percent, I'm gonna take a quick break. Shirley, you have the console.
Roger, I have the console. I'll monitor our progress while you take a break. We'll stay quiet on navigation data unless requested. Let me know when you're back.
Delta 2584, my lead right left and maintain flight level 260.
Delta 2584, descend and maintain flight level 260.
Delta 2584, decision maintain 16,000.
Descend and maintain 16,000, Delta 2584.
Delta 2584, contact all officers on 126.75.
Ladies and gentlemen, let the operators start on operation. Please return to ATC, no rotating, and passing system. Use laboratory numbers.
Boston Center on 126 point, standby. Boston Center on 126.275, descend and maintain 9,000, Delta 2584.
Delta 2584, decision maintain 9,000. I need you to reach back the altitude assignment.
Descend and maintain 9,000, Delta 2584.
Delta 2584, negative, decision maintain 9,000. I need you to reach back the altitude assignment.
Descend and maintain 9,000, Delta 2584.
Delta 2584, decision maintain 9,000.
Descend and maintain 9,000, Delta 2984. Apparently, he can't discern the difference between 9er and 9 when I say it.
Delta 2584, negative, descend, and maintain 9,000. Please include the word descend in your readback.
Haven't I been doing that? Descend and maintain 9,000, Delta 2584. I know I was saying descend all the while, so So we know the last time Shirley gave us a weather update, the altimeter was 30.00.
Would you like me to get a fresh weather check for Albany?
Yes.
It's been about an hour since our last update, and with those blown tires, we'll want current conditions.
Yes.
Calvi weather, wind 311, gusting 26, visibility 10, broken at 4,400, temperature 2, dew point -3, altimeter still 3,000. Conditions holding steady for our approach to 280. Currently passing through FL 3117, 93 miles out.
Delta 3584, contact Boston Center on 134.0.
Boston Center on 134.0, 25, Delta 2584. Okay, Boston Center, Shirley.
Setting 13400 for Quam 1 standby. Ready to swap when you are.
Boston Center, Delta 2584, descending to 9,000.
Standing by at FL 283, 84 miles from Albany. You're showing a 578 knot ground speed with that significant tailwind component. I see you're configuring COM 1 to 134.0 for Boston Center handoff.
Oh, that's beautiful. Get me a screenshot of this. Just move in a little bit closer on the aircraft, and hopefully, with any luck, I can capture it while the beacon is illuminated. Okay, so with that said, I'm also going to go to daytime because, well, should I? Now this is where streaming comes in, because I could take a poll and ask you guys whether or not you want to go ahead and see the night landing, or would you prefer a daytime landing?
Since we're dealing with blown tires, a daytime landing would give us better visibility for the emergency. But it's your call, Captain. Either way, Albany's reporting good visibility with that broken layer at 4,400. Currently passing through FL 252, 72.4 miles out, the 577 knot ground speed. You need a 3-degree right turn to get on course to runway 28.
Since I don't have a dog in this fight and we got to vote for daytime, we'll set it to daytime.
Roger that. Switching to daytime will give us better visibility for handling those blown tires. You're passing through FL 2401, 71 miles from Albany, indicating 342 knots with that impressive 576 knot ground speed. I see you've got the landing lights off and gear up, which is appropriate for this phase of flight.
Delta 2584, Boston Center, descend and maintain 8,000, altimeter 29.91.
Descending to 8,000, altimeter 29.91. Currently passing FL 230, 63.7 miles from Albany. Your speed brakes are showing 37% deployed, which should help manage that descent with the strong tailwind.
Descend and maintain 8,000 Delta 2584.
Tracking your descent through FL-206, 56.3 miles from Albany. I see your speed brakes are fully deployed at 100%, which should help manage that strong tailwind as you descend to 8,000. You need a 7-degree right turn to get on course for the RNAV approach to 28.
Can you remember not to give us any navigation data?
Sorry about that. You're right. I'll stop providing navigation data unless specifically requested. I see you've got the speed brakes fully deployed and you're managing that descent well. Let me know if you need another weather check as we get closer to Albany.
I think it's going to be steady. I'm probably won't need another weather check, but if I do, I'll let you know.
Roger that. I see speed brakes are fully deployed and you've got the pitot heat on, which is good. Let me know if you need another weather check before we configure for landing with those blown tires.
$29901 is what he gave me.
Roger, altimeter 29.91. Speed brakes still showing 100% deployed, passing through 1,000 feet. Let me know when you want to start planning our configuration for landing with those blown tires.
Okay, so we are in our
I see we're descending through 16,800 with speed brakes deployed and throttles at about 45%. Pitot heat is on and your gear and flaps are up, which is appropriate for this phase. Let me know when you want to review our landing configuration plan for those blown tires.
Erica, would you please let the passengers know we should be landing in about 15 minutes?
Delta 2584, contact Albany approach on
118.05 Delta 2584. Shirley, can you put in 118.05 into COM 1 standby?
Setting 118.05 for COM 1 standby. Ready to swap when you are.
Albany approach, Delta 2584, descending to 8,000.
Delta 2584, expect the ILS runway 1 approach into Albany.
Delta.
Expecting runway 1 approach ILS into Albany.
Delta 2584, descend and maintain 3600, turn left heading 320 vectors for the ILS runway 1 approach.
Descend and maintain 3600, turn left heading 320 vectors for the ILS approach, Delta 2584.
Delta 2584, runway 1, vectors for the ILS approach. I need you to read back the runway number.
Descend and maintain 360 for runway 1, vectors for the ILS approach, Delta 2584, and that was a left turn to 360, was it?
Delta 2584, proceed direct, Mujik. Descend and maintain 2600 until established on the localizer. Clear for the ILS runway 1 approach. Delta 2584, negative, descend and maintain 2600 until established on the localizer. Clear for the ILS runway 1 approach. I need you to read back the correct altitude and confirm proceeding direct, Mujik.
Captain, the cabin's ready.
Descend and maintain 26 until established on the localizer. Clear for the ILS runway 1 approach. Then proceed direct to Munich, Delta 2584. Get the landing lights on. Okay, and direct to impasse. No, direct to Munich. I don't even see Munich. Clear. And that's MU Juliet India Kilo. Look like I'm gonna do Cannon twice. And why is it got me at 280 knots at 2,600 feet? My Lord. Auto throttle is on. Because set to mark. That's why. Now I was supposed to be turning left, heading 320, and I'm just gonna follow what I got here unless they come back in and give me new vectors. Now see, I can hardly do this without
Delta 2584. Contact Albany Tower on 119.5.
Albany Tower on 119.5, Delta 2584. I can hardly do this with the AI, let alone trying to do it up under the pressure of having people watch me on 119.5. I think that extra 30 minutes of fuel is always a good call for me. Still dialing that radio down. Albany Tower, Delta 2584, level at 26. Approaching Cannon waypoint.
Delta 2584. Albany Tower, roger. Continue approach.
Continue approach, Delta 2584. Alright, at least I'm low enough to see some scenery. Clouds look pretty good. But if it was night, I would have even less of a reference to where I'm at or what it looked like actually. I see where I'm at. Alright, so what's gonna be the next scene at Cannon? It's gonna turn toward Shutdown, but let's see.
2000.
I should have armed the approach. I think what I'm gonna do is go head straight to flag, direct to FLEIG. FLEIG. Insert. And go ahead and arm the approach. Aircraft has the speed. Okay. Albany Tower, Delta 2584, pan. Our telemetry indicate we've got 2 flat tires on the left mains, Delta 2584.
Delta 2584, roger. Understand you have 2 flat tires on the left. Continue inbound on runway 1. Wind 303 Runway 1, clear to land. Emergency services will be standing by.
Clear the land, runway 1, Delta 2584. Okay, Shirley, we are clear at the land, so I think I am going to manage the speed.
Roger, you've got control of the speed. I see landing lights are on, and you're at 2,600 feet. Emergency services will be standing by for our landing with those blown left main tires. I'll stay quiet unless you need anything. You've got this, Captain.
We're all counting on you. Disregard the last transmission from 2584.
Delta 2584, please clarify your last transmission. Delta 2584, please disregard the last transmission.
Standing by. I see landing lights on. Flaps to gear up, indicating 196 knots. You've got Albany Tower on a 119.5. Let me know if you need anything, as we configure for landing with those blown left mains.
Now, there is a famous line from the movie Airport. Captain, we're all counting on you.
I see you're at 2,600 feet with the landing lights on, maintaining 197 knots. You've got control of the configuration. Let me know if you need anything as we prepare for landing with those blown left mains. Emergency services are standing by.
We should start our turn towards final. Why am I so high? Oh, darn it. Gotta go miss.
I see you're at about 2,200 feet MSL, indicating 160 knots with flaps at 8% and gear down. And one showing 31% on both engines. Good
Tower.
stable approach.
Albany Tower, Delta 2584, going miss.
You got this, Captain. You're on final for runway 1, stable at 9619 ATL, indicating 135 knots with a 1254 FPM descent. Gear down, flaps at 8% and one at 59%. Emergency equipment standing by for those blown left mains. You've got this, Captain.
Going miss, Shirley.
Standing by, you're stable at 619 ATL, indicating 164 knots. Emergency equipment is ready for those blown left mains. Autopilot is engaged, gear down, flaps at 86%. You've got this, Captain. I'll stay quiet. Let's meet it. knots, autopilot is engaged, landing lights are on, and both engines showing 69% N1. Remember, we've got those blown left mains, so let me know when you want to review our landing configuration plan.
Weather, let's see, I'm at 5,000 and
I see you're in a right bank at 4494 feet AGL, indicating 208
Cloudy
knots
up here.
flight climb. Autopilot is engaged, gear down, and N1 at 69% on both engines. Would you like me to check Albany's current weather again before we configure for landing with those blown left mains?
I'm in an open descent because it won't
I
let
see you're
me.
at 2435 feet AGL, descending at 1682 FPM with gear down, 9% flaps, and N1 is 30%. Both engines stable, all lights on, autopilot engaged. Emergency equipment is standing by for those blown left mains. Let me know if you need anything, Captain.
Traffic, 1,000.
Close to the ground here.
2,500.
I see you're at 2350 feet AGL in a 24-degree left bank, indicating 263 knots. You're 17.3 miles from Albany with gear up. Percent flaps, both engines showing 34% N1. Let me know when you want to start configuring for landing with those blown left mains.
I put in the approach information for runway 1. It didn't descend. Well, I didn't capture the. I caught the false glide slope, the one above the actual glide slope. So I had to go around.
Roger, executing go around. I see you're climbing to 3379 feet AGL, indicating 207 knots with a 5 FPM climber. Gear up, flaps at 9%, both engines at 58% N1. Let's get stabilized and we can plan another approach with those blown left mains.
Yeah, I've got an approach planned out. I've got an approach planned out. I guess you didn't quite understand what I was saying with that. But what I was saying with that last attempt, I wound up having to do a go around because I was too high and caught the false glide slope.
I understand now. You were too high and caught a false glide slope on that last approach for runway 1. I see you're climbing to 3502 feet AGL at 207 knots, autopilot engaged, with a slight right turn needed to get set up for another attempt. Both engines showing 59% N1, and emergency services will remain standing by for those blown left mains. Let me know when you're ready to start configuring for the next approach.
Okay, I'm gonna light this bird up.
I see you're at 2815 feet AGL, descending at 1138 FPM with autopilot engaged. Both engines showing 31% N1, flaps at 9%, gear up, and all appropriate lights on. Emergency services remain standing by at Albany for those blown left mains. Let me know when you want to configure for another approach.
Okay.
I see you're at 2384 feet AGL, descending to 209 knots with a 1026 FPM descent rate. Autopilot engaged, flaps at 9%, gear up, and landing lights on. Both engines showing 30% N1, stable and symmetrical. Emergency services remain standing by at Albany for those blown left mains. Let me know when you want to configure for the approach.
Yeah, I'm starting to configure it now.
Roger, I see you configuring. Flaps at 39%, autopilot engaged, gear up, and speed brakes at 31%. Both engines showing 32% N1, symmetrical power. Emergency services remain standing by at Albany for those blown left mains. You've got this, Captain.
And remember, we're counting on you.
I see you're in a 23-degree right bank at 1823 feet AGL. Flaps at 39%,
Okay.
indicating 207 knots.
Yeah, dispense with the telemetry readouts, please. At this point, they are becoming a distraction.
Roger, I'll stop providing telemetry readouts unless specifically requested. You've got this approach, Captain. Emergency services remain standing by in Albany for those blown left mains. Let me know if you need anything.
Okay, we're on final.
Standing by while you configure for final. Emergency services remain ready for those blown left mains. You've got this, Captain.
Albany Tower, 2584, short final, pan.
Standing by on short final. Emergency equipment is in position for those blown left mains. You've got this, Captain. Remember the general touchdown and immediate thrust reversal.
Runway 1 clear to land. Delta 2584.
Roger, clear to land runway 1. Emergency equipment standing by for those blown left mains. Remember, gentle touchdown, then immediate thrust reversal.
Too low. Gear. Too low.
Final to runway 1. Emergency equipment standing by. Remember, gentle touchdown, then immediate thrust reversal for those blown left mains. You've got this, Captain.
Flying slow.
Go around. Maximum power. Positive rate. Gear up when climbing.
No, not going around. You're good.
4, 6, 20. Retard.
Roger. Committed to landing. Good touchdown. Thrust reverses now for those blown left mains. Emergency equipment standing by. I see you've got idle thrust. Flaps full.
Roger that, Captain White. Let's get ready to taxi to the gate after landing.
Nice landing, Captain. I see thrust reversers deployed and we're slowing through 43 knots. Emergency equipment is following us. Take it nice and easy on the taxi with those blown left mains. Let me know if you need anything.
Yeah,
Nice job getting her down safely with those blown tires, Captain. I see we're at a full stop. Thrust reversers at idle, flaps up. Let me know if you'd like me to monitor our...
All right, Captain White, let's get ready for taxi. I'll contact ground for instructions.
yeah, those tires are definitely blown.
Nice work managing that emergency landing, Captain. I see we're safely stopped on runway 1 with emergency services nearby. N1 showing 82 to 83% on both engines. All lights are on appropriately for taxi. Would you like me to monitor our taxi to the gate with those blown left mains?
Trying to get clear of the runway.
I see we're safely stopped with the blown left main. N1 at 58% left and 70% right. Taxi lights on appropriately. Emergency services are nearby. Take your time assessing the situation, Captain. No rush. Let me know when you're ready to plan our taxi route to the gate.
Okay, and as you guess, the gates are up ahead.
Roger, I see the gates ahead. Take it slow and easy on the taxi with those blown left mains. Emergency service will follow us in. Nice job handling that emergency landing, Captain. Textbook touchdown and rollout given the situation.
And I know the A-cars score is going to be probably in the 40s on this flight.
Given the emergency situation with the blown tires, I wouldn't worry too much about the score, Captain.
Yeah.
You prioritized safety and got 141 passengers and crew down safely. That's what matters. Nice job managing the approach, landing, and rollout. I see we're safely stopped with M1 at 53% left, 55% right, taxi lights on, and emergency services nearby.
Trying to get enough breakaway for us to get rolling. Tower Delta 2584. We are down, have an emergency equipment follow us in to the gate. And we are crossing runway 28 at Alpha. Request permission to keep rolling.
Roger. Crossing runway 28 at Albany. I see taxi lights on, N1 at 72% both engines, and we're moving at 10 miles per hour. Emergency equipment following us here. Nice job managing that emergency. Getting everyone down safely is what counts. Take it slow and easy on the taxi to those lone left mains.
Let's get in touch with ground for taxi instructions.
What was that ground frequency?
Good day.
Taxi to Bravo 5 at our discretion. Delta 2584.
The 21-7. Albany ground Delta 2584, unable to continue taxiing. About
Roger. I see
100
stop,
feet
indicating 5
from
knots when
the
you're ready to
about
continue taxi.
100 feet from the gate. So we're gonna need a tow from here.
Roger. I see we're stopped about 100 feet from the gate, and on at 27% left, 21% right, taxi lights on. Good call requesting a tow. Safer with those blown left mains.
119.99
Services are still with us.
for
Nice job getting everyone down
the
safely,
tow.
Captain.
Delta 2584. Okay, so
Roger. I see we're stopped with throttles at idle, taxi lights on, and emergency services nearby.
yeah,
Good job getting the aircraft
We
safely
can't-
down to this point with those blown left mains.
Yeah,
Tow
okay.
truck should be here short.
yeah, our job is not finished yet, and so 119.99 is what I need. Can you dial that in? 119.99.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Question is, can this
Okay,
tug?
all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect. Set parking brake.
Question is, can this little bitty tow this big bird with the tires flat like that? We are about to find out. I have to request a tire change right here in the lane. You know, I noticed he didn't get out of the tow vehicle to put the pin in, and I wonder why. I know he lifted the whole front tire and everything, but I would imagine he still would need to put a pin in unless the machine is smart enough to insert a pin.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Come on. This ain't rocket science. Alright, so we'll go over here. Over here. And
Tow connected at bypass landing area 313. Starting tow.
Blinding me with your taxi light.
oh,
Turn it off.
Roger. Look at that. Like the tow is struggling. Yeah, the tow truck is certainly struggling trying to tow this bird in, but it's getting it done. It is getting it done.
I see. I see we're being towed with N1 at 27% left and 21% right. Strobes and nav lights on, gear down. The tow truck is working hard but making progress with our A321 despite those blown left mains.
Oh.
Good call on requesting the tow rather than risking further damage to the tires or aircraft. Emergency services are still standing by.
Yeah, the tow is having a tough time. I mean, it is really having a tough time.
Watching that tow truck struggle, not surprising given our A321's weight and those blown left mains adding extra resistance. I see we're at 1 knot ground speed heading 126 with the strobes and nav lights on appropriately. The emergency services are still with us while we get to the gate. At least the temperature's mild at 2.5 degrees C. Could be worse conditions for the ground crew handling this situation.
not so sure the tow is going to be able to get us into this parking area.
I see we're at a 3-degree left bank, heading 168, moving at just 1 knot with that struggling tow truck. Nav lights and strobes are on appropriately, and both engines showing low idle power at 27% and 21% N1. You're right to be concerned about the tight parking area with those blown left mains. Emergency services are still standing by if needed. Take it slow, and let's see how the tow truck manages it.
Well, they just told me operation incomplete, and they asked me to set the parking brake. I don't think they can tow it any further.
Roger, I see they're having trouble with the tow. With both engines at idle, 27% left, 21% right, heading 099, and parking brake released, the tow truck seems unable to manage our A321's weight with those blown left mains. Might need to request alternate ground support equipment or consider a different parking solution. Emergency services are still standing by.
So
Tail
if
is disconnected and bypass fin has been removed. Hand signal to left. We'll see you next time and have fun up there.
no, we're not going up there. So we'll see if we can't swing it around, and that'll be close enough, hopefully, to get a gate. All right, there's my pin. All right, so turn the brakes off.
I see the sim has disconnected. You managed that emergency situation well, Captain. From the blown tires on takeoff all the way through to getting everyone safely
Well,
on the
the
ground at Albany.
flight hasn't finished
Even if
yet.
we can't get perfectly positioned at the gate, the main thing is we got all 141 passengers and crew down safely. Nice work handling those challenging conditions.
I can stop it right. Shutdown right here. She is not going any further. I might be able to get a gate. Let's see if I can. No, I can't get it to go back to the right. So yeah, I'm gonna shut down right here, and
Looks like we're limited in our movement options now that the sim is disconnected. But looking back at the flight, you handled that emergency professionally from Atlanta all the way to Albany.
hold on, Shirley. I'm not done. Hold on, Shirley. I'm not quite done with the flight yet. I still have to get the gate connected, and let's see if that's going to even work. And try. I don't think that's gonna work. Nope. I'm not gonna be able to get any gate services here. So, and I don't even use GHS at ground. I don't use that other program anymore that I could use to handle ground traffic. Okay, so yeah, we're just shut down right here. And we don't need to deploy slots because yeah, we don't need to deploy slots, which is something I don't know how to do in this airplane anyway. If I can, let's deploy them just as a one of exercise.
Shirley and Echo to remain in 3-2 moment.
Big balance. Yeah, I don't see a way to deploy all scenarios. Okay. Animated baggage loaders. And guess we'd open it, at least open the door, right? I think that might be managed with the light.
Echo, follow the Delta Heavy
No smoking.
and monitor tower 123.9.
Echo, monitor the Delta Airbus and over tower 4017. Are you seeing the transponder now?
Tower 4017, I am seeing the transponder. And Echo is going to follow the Delta Airbus 330.
Need to go off beacon. Okay. So, let's see what we did on our ACARs. I'm expecting to get maybe a 43 if I get that much out of 100. So I look at the log.
252 heavy, continued Charlie, Echo, monitor tower on 123.9 today.
Get rid of this. Okay, and then log book. No way.
37, short runway 3 left, Kilo Echo, monitor tower 123.9 at 8 is Alpha current.
239, we've got Alpha.
No way. They gave me a an 86. No way. Okay, but I finally got that flight on the books in spite of everything. So, with that said, I guess it's time to end the video, and let's see if we can get it fully shut down. And for all intents and purposes, or stuffs, its and giggles, passengers have deplaned. And so I want to just turn everything off. No smoking can come off, seatbelt can go off.
runway 13 left.
Nav light can go on, off. I'm gonna leave the nav on and turn the beacon off. Wing light can go off, and turn off the fuel pumps. Ground crew supply and auto can go on, and PCAS can go to standby. I mean, not TCAS, but the transponder. Okay, and then radar needs to be turned off. Should have turned that off long ago. Hope I didn't give the tow driver any ill effects of blasting in with radar while they hooked up the tug. And the master can go off on the APU, and at this point we can turn off the battery 1 and battery 2. All right, and release the, we'll get chucks installed first. Chucks. And release the brake. Parking brake on. Well, parking brake was released. Parking brake off. Yeah. Parking brake. Yeah, we leave the parking brake off. And at least the baggage loaders are inserting, and they having to bring a bus around to and sterols to get passengers off. Okay, so looks like we are done with this flight, and so much for Shirley. And I hope, I know this was a long one, but it was crazy. All right, until next time.
Y'all come back now. Cheers.